Well, hello there. Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. My name is Andy Arconix, Alu the Crow, and many other names. Now, it's Alu the Dragon. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Vampire. Good luck on your stream. Akuma, Boop, the cute otter friend. Gear, how's it going? Hopefully you're all doing well. Welcome on in. It's been a while, Chad, hasn't it? I keep wavering in between streaming or not streaming. But we're here now. We're here. You call him Alu, I call... No soup. But chat, currently in the background right now, I got Chatterino updating. So now we'll go and see what happens here. Oh, sweet. I did log out. So give me a moment. I will be logging in with Chatterino. And then I'll be able to see you a lot better. At least that's my thought process. Could be a bad thought process. Chat, how you doing? It's good to see you. It has been a while, hasn't it? And perhaps I shouldn't be too surprised. But perhaps I should also not be so concerned. I don't know. It's kind of a strange position to be in, you know? Kind of a strange position. But here we are. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. It has. It has. I've been busy doing storm stuff and getting myself into and out of trouble in more ways than one. Has been a time. I've been automating and unautomating things. I've been in and out of many different areas. The dragon, exactly. What's going on, Sabadass? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, Sabadass. Boop the Alu. Boop the Akuma. Get you a shout out. Sabadass is doing charity soon, aren't you? Probot is lagging behind. Nah, it's just because I haven't chatted. Yeah, you're doing it tomorrow. Chat. You want to go and support an awesome cause, go check out Sabadass's stream. He's doing charity. We are also still doing charity. We're doing charity for Mermaids. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth. As you may know, they are quite persecuted, quite under attack, and we need to protect trans kids. And anything we can do to help, that's what we gotta do. Oh, chat. Man. It does feel like it's been forever. Not Dragonbot? No. Still staying as Crowbot. Only I have become the dragon. When I left, you were the master. Also, Asteragon apparently is not permittable on Twitch, or somebody else already has it. Because that's what I would have changed to. But yeah, chat, we're here. And we're gonna get to work in a bit. We're gonna get to work on doing some game dev stuff and trying to figure out why this character apparently doesn't want to move from a dragon. These nuts, got him. But that's what we're gonna do. Game dev this womp. Exactly. Eventually, chat, my friends, my community, things will catch up, and we'll be right back where we started. But until then, you're kind of stuck with me. And that I can't help you with. Said it once, and I'll say it again. I only get worse. Chat. Try to do some Unity dev work. We're just going to go and see if we can figure out this player brain and trying to get stuff working. So, without further ado, and without much more to process, let's get on with this. You think I'm stuck here with you? Oh, I know you are. So, chat, welcome on into my plague, animation hell. Because as you can see, or maybe you can't see because I have it down over here. Lol. I'm actually really funny. So check this out, right? If it works the first time, is it really game deving, right? So check this out, right? This is one character animation that I have. It looks pretty smooth. My problem is that for whatever reason, programmatically, I can't get it to work up here. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. So we're going to go and explore that. And actually, one of the ways we're going to go and explore that is we are... Well, first, we're going to go and make sure... Where is it? There is something I got to do before we get further into this. If it really works the first time, is it really game dev? No. No, it is not. You got a point there. What the hell was I looking for? Oh, yeah. I was looking for player. But I don't see player here because this is preferences. Okay, good enough. Okay, this will open up in where we want it to open up. So let's go to project settings. So one of the things I want to do here is, yep, we want to keep the sprite atlas enabled. We have our namespace. We have that set to default. But the first thing I want to make sure is as we go into player, okay, we're at GPU, we're allowing HDR. So you see this here where it says mono? I want to change this to IL2CPP, which will allow us to... Essentially what it does is it translates intermediate language, which is what C# compiles down to, into C++, or at least as close to C++ as you can get with some assembled code in between. And we are also using .NET Standard 2.1, which is a chore, but, you know, whatever. We're going to change our editor compatibility level to .NET Standard, simply to keep things consistent. And then we're going to try and, well, we're going to change our AutoGraphics API here. That's not what I wanted to do. So you see this AutoGraphics API here? We're going to change that from DirectX 11, because that's what we're set to use. And we're going to change that to DirectX 12. The other thing I want to do is I want to start setting up more advanced UI. And a big reason for that is because, well, I don't have any UI right now. Not in this version of the game. I do another version of the game, but I don't really want to do that, so we're just going to restart the editor and hope for the best. In the meantime, while this restarts, should be relatively quick because all we changed was that. There's been some work that we've done, some assets that we've purchased, some things that we've gone through on itch that'll hopefully, you know, provide us with a bit more of an advanced look. And one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to make all my games feel a little bit more consistent with each other. So I did end up going through and grabbing a whole bunch of game assets. I mean a whole bunch of game assets. Let's just say I have a lot of game assets now. But this is the one that I'm looking forward to using the most, which is this kind of almost Dark Souls-ish-esque UI. And I like this idea, and I'm slowly but surely learning Unity UI. Slowly but surely. It's a tough battle. Okay, so now this is all set the way we want it to be. And here we have our character, right? DS3 intensifies? Yeah. So we have our character here, and I'm going to press play on this, even though she's a rigid body character. And I've been following a tutorial, because, you know, I'm not clever enough to do this on my own. But as you can see, we have our character. She faces upward. She can flip. But why isn't she playing her walking animation? Because you can see over here in our parameters that our movement changes. Because we have a character brain, right? And our direction changes. So I think it's somewhere, not in our brains, but somewhere in our state system that is preventing her from moving. And I have a feeling it has something to do with the way our locomotion script is working. Because as you can see, this works. But it doesn't loop. But we have her walking. Which is pretty neat, if you ask me. So I'm wondering if maybe that's what I need to do, is I need to loop it. The way I did before. But we'll see. And Chad, I'm using a package called Animancer. And Animancer essentially allows you to create state machines on the fly via scripting. It's pretty neat. It's pretty good stuff. I happen to be a big fan. Maybe this is part of the problem too, is that I don't have this set up. I made another mistake. So I'm going to set that to default to be the idle state, and this will be the locomotion state. And maybe I took care of it myself. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Nope. That didn't take care of it. So why... I wonder why you don't want to work. Let's go and check the console. Well, somewhere I have a logging statement, and it is not reporting what I expect. So let's go into the multi-state script, and let's go and edit this, shall we? We're going to pop into JetBrains Rider, because it loads a little bit faster. And yeah, take a look at this. So this is what our multi-state class looks like, and I guess I can probably zoom in to make it look a little bit better for you. But you can see we have this default execution order, we have auto internal transitions, we have states, we have an ability to get the current state, we know what's going to happen when it enters, and we know what happens on fixed update. All right, so the whole idea behind this class is that it allows us to process through various states that we give it in the order that it should enter. And then if we go and we take a look at the... Does that actually compile? Huh. Did not expect that to compile. Weird. But in any case, we have directional clip transitions and all that to just try and get this to work. And part of the power behind Animancer and just the way that it works is the ability to tap into Unity's low-level player API. And part of what we're doing with that using playables is to allow us a way for our scripts to be processed Where is this logging? Damn it, I should have put the stack trace on this. Keck me. I know I put it somewhere, I just don't remember where. Keck me, I guess. Frick me, more like frick you. But I'm doing this instead of mechanim and the general way you do it because it's supposed to be faster. Do I have a timescale on the animation? No. Where did I put it? Is that in character? Is it in ground character movement? Is that where I put it? No. I put it in box character body? Why is that bookmarked? Stop that. Where the hell did I put it? Why did I do this to myself, chat? Did I put it in the player input brain? No, the player input brain is literally just tracking move, which is fine. That's what we want it to do. The character brain is just tracking the character. So there's many moving parts here, you know? And with all these different moving parts, it's a lot of work to set up, but at the end of it, it's, I think, worth it because we get to essentially have a little bit more of a robust system. I found it. I'm so silly. Why didn't I put the context in? There we go. But here, for whatever reason, we're reporting 0. I'm not entirely sure why we're reporting 0. Because this character movement should come from the ground character movement. So we should, hypothetically, be seeing a velocity come through here. So if we go back into our character movement class, and we cut this out, because really, who cares about that? And we go back into the ground character movement. Let's go and log this here, and then we'll log it right before we return it. Unmodified. Modified. Because chances are, what I forgot to do is I forgot how to smooth damp and target damp it. And that's probably what happened. Ooh, hot reload finished. Let's go, baby. All right, let's go and see what happens. They're discovering something brand new. It looks like it's failing before it gets to the return velocity. Interesting. So unmodified to modified. So what if we do brain input and we do brain movement. And here we do target speed. right? So, chat, I'm assuming you've all been through physics, so you know what the difference is between speed and velocity, right? Speed is essentially just the magnitude of velocity. Velocity is a vector that carries a direction on top of some sort of constant.
Thank you for following Aniko. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Hey, Inigo, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen. Hope you're doing well. And thanks again. Huh. So the target velocity is 0, eh? Interesting. Very interesting. So what do I have for my character parameters? Move direction, can run. Walk speed, run speed. So do I ever set my target velocity? I do not. Well, that could be a problem. All right, chat, we're going to do a little thing, and we're going to go and take a look at the tutorial I'm following, which is in the Animancer samples. So we're going to go and show this in the Explorer. And then in here, let's go to Assets. Come up on and open up my faith, you're so connected, I need poison, medicate my pain. See that there's no golden up in flames. So it is going to be in samples. There's nothing I can do that to this song. Do it again, do it again, do it again. And I'm not barely hanging on. Medicate, medicate, medicate me all night long. Let's go and open this in code. And then let's go and check this out. So here is the moving character brain, right? And here, as you can see, they're setting the movement direction, which is just a vector for them. For us, we're not using that. Rather, for us, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, and let's go and open up this. Taking it slowly. So as you can see, we have the movement direction vector here, right? Now, I want you to keep something in mind. We have this forward speed and desired forward speed. That's what we're trying to figure out why it's not calculating. But maybe that's the wrong one to look at. Yeah. Because this is coming back null, isn't it? Or not null. All I know. Let's see. So it did go to 1. So if it went to 1, right? But this was still at 0. Bad decisions. No God, no religion. I can't help it at the velocity that gets passed in is 0. You can be all I got, what's the difference? Unity and a lot of bad decisions, oh I know. So the linear velocity that we're getting is coming back as 0. Now that's interesting. So why would the linear velocity be 0? Why might that be? So let's go and take a look at rigid body 2D linear velocity. So the linear velocity represents the rate of change over time in world units. Linear velocity is specified as a vector 2 in x and y, but by using forces. Linear velocity is affected by user-specified forces, impulses from... Gotcha. You're a dragon now? Exactly, Mike. What's going on? Dragon D's nuts! Got him. A second time. You can be all I got. What's the difference? You and me and a lot of bad decisions, all I know. Let's give Mike a shout out too. Mike, how's it going, bud? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Oh, chat. We've got work to do. Ow. Fuck. I stood up, and that hurt. God damn it. So, I guess we need to figure out why our rigid body is not reporting velocity. That would be the big position. So why this value is not usually set directly, but rather by using forces. So that's fine. But why? Move to the right. I'm a bit tired, sleeping, water in my bones. Huh. I guess we're trying to figure this out, chat. What a mission. Is it because we're setting it to 0 here? That can't be it. Because we have these. So I don't think that's the problem. I wonder. I wonder where it could be, chat. Because we have the walk speed, the run speed. We have the parameters. We have the state machine. So why wouldn't we be able to move this? More difference. Let's go and take a look at the platformer game kit. And let's see if maybe we can find something here. Right? Controls the character's velocity in accordance with the input from the brain. So, in our ground character movement, the horizontal movement direction determines which direction the character's brain wants to move them, and how fast in the case of players using a controller with the joystick not tilted all the way. I guess that would help us if we turned on our controller too. Character brain.run flag, blah, 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 speed, smoothing, grip fiction. So, where do we go and talk about rigid body, a reference to the character's rigid 2D body?
I'll go away.
Dynamic enabled. Body type. What's going on, Mr. Explodo? How you doing? Material linear drag. Mass. Use auto mass. False mass is 1. Material 0, whatever. We'll come back to that later. Linear drag is 0. You are existing. I feel that. Angular drag constraint 0.05 freeze rotation. Yeah. Start awake, interpolate. Okay. So that's all set, but why is linear velocity not set? That's what I'm curious about. So do I need to make a new physics material? Is that really all that's missing? Maybe it is. All right, let's go and create one. And we'll call this 0. And we'll give it 0 friction. And we'll come back here. And we'll do that. And we'll do that. Now let's see what happens. Well, that didn't change a goddamn thing. Why not? Why does that change it? Huh? Huh? Now I'm confused. God damn it. Chat, what'd I do? Son of a bitch. Alright, let's go and take a look at their code. Got me in a choke hold. Because that's going to be the big thing, too, is to take a look at their code. So let's see here. In their code, they have under characters. Let's go and take a look. Oh. Am I missing this? So collider, rigid body, character body. So box character body. Right, I see that. And I see that. It's very interesting to me, chat, because it's like, there's a lot of stuff I can do. There's a lot of stuff I understand. But there's also a lot of stuff I don't really understand. Every character that can move has a character body 2D. Keo the Amaze. What's going on, Keo? How you doing? Good to see you. Ah. Got me in a... So I don't care about that. I care about the states, right? You got me in a chokehold. Got me in a chokehold. Interesting. So when it comes to this stuff, right? I suppose this is where I'm a little bit confused. Because it's like, we had the character box, brains and actions, we had the player input brain, we have the character animancer component, the sprite renderer, and the animator. And we have the character here. Alright, so where would this be? Because we don't need the character body. So where would we... I mean, I get it that that's a struct. But where would this be? Wait a second. What's going on? I think I recognize the song. Yeah? Also, I'm going to get Keo a shout out. Because Keo is amazing. Go check them out. You want to see somebody fun and exciting to play with? Go check out Keo. So let's see. Let's get a fair comparison here. Because as you can see, It's very similar, if not the same, to what we have. But I'm wondering if maybe we just missed a step. The Tron theme? Yeah. Yep, that's exactly it. And we did miss a step, I think. Alright, because that's ground character movement. And where is... There it is. Box character body 2D. Step height. Who gives a shit about step height? Okay, fine. Box collider. Rigid. Like, I get that it inherits from it. But I'm very confused. As to why it's not... Character Veranda movement direction. It's fascinating. Because I don't know if... or what would be causing this to hang up. Right? Because we're getting the proper input from the brain. But it's almost like we're not getting... It's almost like this state, and maybe I wonder if I have to enable the state transitions, or at least enable the state animations and their time. I don't know. Locomotion state. Right. That may be true. Ah, okay. So that's why it faces upward. It's because of that. So I guess if we come back here, all right, we get the current animation. Does that make sense to do it like that, though? I do like directional clip transitions because they allow you to return clip transitions instead of just animation clips. But maybe this is what's causing the issue. And maybe what I need to do is I need to do something like directional set animation clip. Right, so now we can take in any number of animations in a particular direction. In this case, it'll be 4. But we can go and return our clips the way we want them to be. And here, I think we can just do an animation clip. And here we can do run.snap. Oh, even better. So we can do that. And we can do that. Now, what the hell? Idle, question mark, clip. We'll just do that. That's fine. So now that we have that, we can come back here, clear that, come back to hot reload. And then we'll recompile. And while we wait for this to compile, we'll see if we can actually get this to load up. Hey, check that out. All right, now let's come back here. Let's grab the idle. Let's grab the walk. And we'll grab the walk for the run as well. Stop that. That's also interesting. So, Chad, I don't know if you saw, but it points her left. So that's very interesting. Because even though I have vector 2 pointing right, which should be on the positive axis side, has her pointing left. So let's go and change that to left. And then let's run this. Let's see what happens. Maybe she works. Or maybe not. That's kind of the fascinating part to all this, isn't it, chat? She works down. She works right. She doesn't work left. She works up. So maybe that's part of the other problem. Is that since she doesn't work to the right, that might mean we have the facing stuff wrong. So that would be in the character animanswer component. Which would be this. And here, we have facing X equals movement. Now I wonder, let's go into character movement. Actually, no, let's go into the character animanswer component. And we'll come back here. And let's see. renderer.flipx. Renderer.flipx equals value. Is this used anywhere? This is used in the hitbox side of things. Okay, that makes sense. Update. Ah, and we did miss something. Because it should be surrounded with this if statement here. And now that should fix part of the issue, I think. So that's one thing. The next thing is we need to go and take a look at what we're doing for hits. Now, I don't know if we necessarily need this much over here, because we haven't done anything for hits yet. But I'm also wondering if maybe because we aren't tracking hits, we don't have the collision necessary. That could be the case, is that we're lacking collision. So let's go and take a look at their character 2 body component. Or their character body 2D component, because I can speak, I swear. Let's see where we diverged here, right? Because we have a collider, they have a collider. But basically that's what we want to check is, okay, why and or where have we diverged, and what can we do to encourage it? Because the other thing is, right, is that this is velocity. But as you can see, velocity is obsolete, and we should probably use linear velocity. And this is frequently called. And we have the position here. So where's the position used? Yeah, that's never used. So why do we have these? Okay. That's the character body. Go and take a look at the box character body then. Oh, chat, you have ads. Soon. Oh, and my love, did I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Huh. Where would it be? Because the other thing we could do, and this might be what I end up having to do, because we're not going to stay on this project all night. Because I have other projects I need to work on. Why is this enabled? Why is that enabled? Why would that be enabled? See, that's why I don't get chat. Is why is that enabled when it shouldn't be? Alright? Because in the animator, can I not expand you? Thank you. Why would that be enabled? Why is it back to 0.28 meters? So the current state is idle. But that should change whenever I press a key. At least I know the input's working. But why wouldn't it... Strange. Very strange. So we come back here. Velocity equals character, body, velocity. And if we go... Oh, I wish to dream again. And all for once. Character dot body dot velocity. And the character dot body is the character body 2D. So if we go back to the character body 2D. Where would that be used? Why isn't it set? Oh, so that's a pretty fascinating way to do that. And actually, I might grab that because that makes a lot of sense. I like that. So I am going to grab that actually. I'm going to store that here. And we'll go and do this as inspector gadgets dot attributes dot inspectable. And that should be fine. Oh, I know why they're doing that. Okay. I'm very smart, I swear. So, let's see. And we go and we take a look at their box character body. You know why it's 0, chat? It's because I'm using a rigid body but I'm not applying any sort of linear or any sort of force to it. I have a feeling that's part of it, is that since there's no gravity, since this is a top-down game, right? There is no gravity kind of to be acting in a way a platformer would be, to give it a constant drag or some sort of constant force. So I'm wondering if that's part of it. But then the other side to this would also be like, why is that changing? That doesn't make any sense. But why can we not see where the rigid body component is actually setting itself into some sort of value, right? Because we have here on validate, we tell it to freeze the rotation. We tell the collider to clamp. We tell the step height it has to be not negative. We tell the grip height to clamp between 0 and 90. And we tell the debug line duration. So that should be fine. And we also initialize... Wait a minute. Yeah, that's initialized there. So I think, and this is just my hypothesis here is that we're not setting this appropriately somewhere else. I feel like it's coming from here. But I'm not sure. If rigid body dot is awake, then is grounded is false, right? Else if is grounded and try snap to ground. Var velocity. Wait a minute. Is that the only place where velocity is actually set? No, that can't be. Ain't no way. Well, you have to be setting velocity somewhere. Right? Right? Ain't no way we're not setting velocity anywhere. Unless I just missed something completely. But that wouldn't make any sense. Why would you do this to me? Stop. Yes, chat. I am obsessed with doing names semi-correctly. I say semi because I'm not exactly the best at this. So I'm just curious as to why. Let's recompile. I guess the other thing I need to do is I need to have a fundamental re-understanding, or at least a fundamental shift into understanding how these components actually work when it comes to utilizing things such as rigid bodies and, well, see, now she faces the right way. That's fascinating. And as you can see, there's no logging of that player body of try snap to ground, which is fascinating in and of itself. Right? That's really fascinating. Is that this is never... So is this ever being called? Of course it isn't. So, what the hell? If, else if. There's something strange going on here. I'm not entirely sure what it is. If you have to ask, it's almost certain that it isn't. True. True. So it might... Is it because I'm using fixed update instead of regular update? But that shouldn't matter in a 2D... Well, no, because I'm using a rigid body. I wonder. See, chat, because the other thing is, and I know this because we can do it, we can use Mechanim and just create a state machine and have this work out of the box. Especially if it's buried hundreds of lines of code deep. You got a point there. But that's the other thing, too, is I don't think this is buried hundreds of lines of code deep. I just think I missed a step somewhere. And I'm not entirely sure... Oh, wait. That might have been what I said and you're replying to. I'm just silly. But that's good news that we fixed that. And we're never propelling this. He's got the band. Yeah, I was just expanding on what I said since it came to you just after you said it. Yeah. Makes sense. So the velocity is 0 here. And since it's coming from here, do we ever set the velocity with our input or anything from the brain? Because we set it here. So if I do Utilities dot internal debug. Well, no. Because how would we know if it never reaches there, right? So we would have to do it here. Utilities dot internal debug. And here we'll do this. And here we'll do has updated. Normally I hate doing logging like this. Is grounded. Snapped to ground. Sometimes you do what you have to do, unfortunately. Awake, rigid body. Oh, there we go. And then for these, we'll just do that. All right. Now, come back here. Ground character movement dot update velocity. So let's go back into the ground character movement. We'll go in. Delete that. The other thing is, too, chat, is that it's never really making it past here. So I wonder if that's because this isn't it. And if that's the case, then that's a whole different issue. Yeah, so the character is not grounded. Oh. Oh. That is interesting. So if we come back, and what was that? Was that ground character movement? If character.body is grounded. So that is going to come into the box character body. And where the hell is he is grounded? Or did I put it one area up? Because this should have it. Is this body currently on the ground? Where is this set? Is that one? Is that the whole thing? Is that because we set it to false and on? Okay, what happens if we set it to true? Oh, but just forgotten. Storms around you got them. Sandy check. No reconciliation that'll put me in my place, and there is no time like the present. But seldom do these words ring true when I'm constantly failing you. Till we disappear, so tell me now. This ain't love, then how do we get out? Whoa. Huh. Okay, let's try this again. Whoa. Okay, that didn't change anything. That's interesting. Deafen us like hurricanes. We got the fingers in your hand. Do you understand? So tell me now. This ain't love, then how do we get out? No contacts. Sure. So do I need... Do I need to come up with something? So much left that I don't know. Very interesting indeed. I don't hate you. Oh god, so many tiles. Oh god. This ain't love, then how do we get out? That's angering, but also kind of relieving. Can I do that? And then can we come back here, go to here, set this up, set that up, and then will it work? Hey, that was close. So let's go and put... Let's actually go and do something wild. And let's go and create a separate layer. So we go tags and layers. Go and take this, user layer 10, combatants. And this is where we'll put Siley. And here, let's just call this environment. Alright. So we'll put you on the environment layer. And we'll put you on the combatants layer. And then we'll go to your transform. And we'll reset you. And now, let's go and see if this works. Why did you move off the ground? That's weird. Well, you saw that, right? It said she moved off the ground. Very weird. Perhaps I'm just not understanding how this is supposed to work. Which would make sense, but I'm still kind of wondering. Alright, let's go and change that to false. Because I would assume... Oh, maybe I need to go and set this up in the collision matrix as well. That could be it too. So if we go back here and go to physics 2D. Why? Oh, because you do connect here. Okay. Interesting. What if I do this as a default material? Fascinating. So we can buy on this. Fascinating indeed, chat. Let's run it. Maybe we get lucky. Nope. Son of a bitch. Why are you not colliding? Hmm? Why can you not? I don't understand. I don't understand, chat. Maybe that's part of it? Because again, we come down to states, turn on locomotion. See, now it's in reverse, and that's an interesting problem in and of itself. Huh. That's fascinating. Why are these constantly true? She is not. Somewhere I'm missing assigning a variable, and I don't know where. I'm either missing assigning a variable, or I'm missing a place to assign a component, or I'm missing both. And there is a high chance I'm missing both. So I guess the question would be, what component am I missing? And how am I not seeing it? Because this doesn't make any sense. You know? Unless I need to mark this as a trigger, but I don't understand why. As we come back up to physics. Offset 0. To be free, Edge radius is 0. Is it that little gap? Could that be it? Yeah, I'm gonna go and turn this off. And then we'll come back to Siley. Is that it? Alright, let's see what that does. I doubt that'll make a big difference, but I'm wondering if it will. That's interesting that she still moves. Why does she still move? Huh. That's very interesting, actually. Prepare it to stutter. But it is the way you name your ship. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In the beginning, there is no end. People don't live or die. That's an edge radius, dude. Characters use a box collider 2D for their collisions. Some platformer games use capsule, but... Right. Physics material has its friction and bounce set to 0. What if I turn the gravity scale way up? Then she should fall, right? Right, she should fall. I would think. Methinks. Am I right? You told your parent to stutter. Fuck. She fell. Oh yeah, she fell. Damn it. Why did she fall? I'm looking at this, and I see something else here that's interesting. Is that the physics collider itself could be made a little smaller on the X side, right? So now it's actually boxed in. There we go. So now... Why do you go to the right and then fall off? I don't understand. Because you see, she goes to the right, and it doesn't make any sense. Unless that's because I had the vector... It does make sense as to why she would go to the right, because I have her facing to the right. And really, she should be facing upward. But that's not the entire story. Right? Because we've seen this... We've seen this occur a couple of times before. Why'd I clear it? That should force her down, right? Or will that actually put her in the right direction? Haha! Interesting. That's very interesting. Because, chat, I don't know if you remember, but when we were looking at these, right, this was facing the wrong direction for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure why that would be, but it is fascinating to see it actually not work. Huh. I wonder why that is. I also wonder where get current is being used, because it ain't used there. Right, as the character animancer component. So let's go and check that out too, shall we? Where are you used? Huh. You're not used anywhere. How about you? Are you used anywhere? No. So... Huh. Huh. I guess I'm a little confused, champ. And by a little, I mean a lot. I just don't necessarily understand where things are supposed to be going. Or at least how they're supposed to be going. So, flip X underscore render. If renderer.flipX, then flip it facing. Where's facing being used? Huh? Okay, that's interesting. Oh no, champ. It's quite interesting indeed. But why don't we... Let's try something a little different now, shall we? I'm going to save this project. And let's go. And let's open Leona. Let's see where we're at with her. I don't think I've pushed any changes up from my laptop, so I might be far behind here. I don't know. This one should also be using Animancer. Now, honestly, I think I updated this to not use it, but I'm not sure. Might have to go through and just start a new project and just figure something else out. Part of that isn't because I want to, but it's just simply to ensure that not only am I getting good performance in terms of just the game working well, but it's also to kind of ensure that I'm getting a good fundamental understanding while also propelling progress. Just keep in mind, this is supposed to launch soon. I'm staring at my game design documents, and I'm looking at all the ways I want things to progress and how I want the story to work, and I've got characters, I've got stories, I've got stores, I've got interactions, I've got interop, etc., etc. So I'm trying to figure out where we can go from this in here. This way you don't have to just watch it load. Actually, we're going to do something a little different. Now I think about it. Because I want to try some other stuff when it comes to working on game dev work. So we'll have to figure that out in the meantime. But yeah, chat. When it comes to working over here on Unity and Flat Red Ball and eventually all the other game projects that I want to get out and work with, one of the things that has maintained consistent, or at least consistency, and has maintained its relative level of difficulty, has been trying to just understand exactly what it is that I'm doing in this sense, right? Like, why am I trying to undercut the built-in systems with things like the Playables API, or why am I trying to fight against this framework here when really I'm not going to produce some magnum opus, right? The first game I make isn't going to be a masterpiece. It's just going to be one of those things where I go and release something and, oh, cool, it's done. But it's what comes after that, the mistakes that I learn from, that kind of stuff. That's what I'm excited about. Because again, I'm not releasing some big AAA title. That's never going to happen. Not on my own. Not only am I not that smart, but I'm just... There is no way for me to be able to do that confidently and competently on my own. I'd need a team of devs and QA, probably more QA than I'm willing to admit. And on top of that, I would need to be able to facilitate leadership while also doing developer work. And there's just no way that's going to happen. Not with where I'm currently at. So, oh, okay, failed to load. That's fine. Don't really care. Here, let's I'm just gonna go and remove it. Holy shit. I think I just cleared out 50 gigabytes, maybe? I guess we'll see. Yeah, I didn't want to load, so I'm just getting rid of it. That's fine. I don't really care. Because God damn it. Why are you like this? I told you to not load. Oh, 74.5 gigabytes. Okay. It's a lot of gigabytes. I also just figured out something neat with Cinema Machine, virtual cameras, and all that. Excuse you, Unity. I told you you could exit. I didn't say you could persist. Chat. I think it's because of all the music that I had in here, but yikes. No wonder. Shit. Chat, don't ever let people tell you I make small games. Because apparently I am incapable of doing that. But I think one of the things I want to do, one of the big things I want to look at here, if we go to my assets real fast, it should be fine. You're not in use. Here, I can prove it. My god, 74 gigabytes. I think one of the things I want to do is I want to take a look, and maybe it's not here. That could be it. Yeah, that might be it, actually. Okay, fine, whatever. You're not in use, but whatever. Out of here. I have a lot of assets, don't I? Your boy's been busy. See? Now it's deleting. God damn it. I'm looking at assets I can use to kind of just propel our creation here fast. Because I got work to do. And I need to make a demo. I do have Cinti stuff. I have 2D stuff. Got a lot of ideas. My problem is skip that. There. See, you're fine. And we'll just delete each one individually, eh? Jesus Christ, 31 gigabytes. And we'll empty our recycle bin, because I'm sure that fucker's huge. So that's one of them. It's a GPU instancer. Easy save. Yeah, so I had downloaded all of these music sets. I don't understand why Windows locks out some files and doesn't lock out others, but it is what it is. Windows is very strange because it's acting like there's stuff that it's compiling here. Why is runtime in use? What the fuck? How are you in use? What? Excuse you? See, that's the kind of shit I don't understand, is how is stuff in use when it really isn't in use? Oh, yeah, that's a big-ass bundle, is all the sound effects. Oh, God, I forgot. That by itself is like a 14-gigabyte bundle. Oh, are you in the... Oh. Huh. That's fascinating. So what has a lock on that? Excuse you. Something has a lock on that file, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm not a fan of that. But that is interesting. RIP. All right. Let's try this again. That's fascinating too. How are you open in another program? I closed out all of the programs that you should be open in. Huh? What the fuck? Weird. Alright, we'll remove that from the project. Anyway. Let's see. Do I want to do a Universal 2D or a Universal 3D project, chat? Because here's the other thing, right? Is that I could do a Universal 2D project, but I feel like doing a Universal 3D project might net some more benefits right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete all of these. I'm going to delete that. And yeah, we'll do a 3D project. And you know what, just for fun, we'll do Leona. Because why not? Sure. We'll make this the nth time. I really should actually get the Steam page and all this all set. Because god damn it. I don't know. I'm also of the idea, just like Jeff Fritz mentioned earlier today, you should make it work make it work better, make it perform, and then make it pretty. Right? So that's what I'm trying to do here, is I'm trying to make it work first. And then we can make it perform better. And then we can make it pretty. So to make it work, what we need to do is we need to figure out a way that we can generate, or at the very least... Okay, good. I did open it in the right Unity version. I don't need the README assets. It's fine. I don't really care. I don't need README assets because I know how this works terribly when you involve me. So we come here. We update these. And after we update these, we then install the latest version of version. Jeez. One of these days, I'm gonna learn how to speak English, and today is not one of those days, apparently. We will install Cinemachine, because Cinemachine is what's going to help us get a whole bunch of stuff pretty interestingly involved. If you've never used Cinemachine, it's actually quite a neat bit of tech. The other thing is that a lot of people are still on Cinemachine 2. I will be using Cinemachine 3 as much as I need to. Simply because I think it offers better performance, but I also think it's a little more in my flavor to work with. I think a lot of Unity devs are still using Cinemachine 2 because there's a lot of packages out there that haven't updated, because Cinemachine 3 is a big breaking package change. I'm also going to install addressables. I don't think it's necessary to work with them, but I am going to use them. Whether or not I use Rewired is going to be a different story, because Rewired requires me to use the old input system, and I don't really know if that's actually going to work or not. We'll also enable the Sprite Atlas for builds. We'll set our default namespace to the Omen Den. Graphics, yep, URP, perfect. Love to see it. Text Mesh Pro will import the essentials. And then player, default company is going to be the Omen Den. GPU batch, high quality, allow. Change this to .NET Standard. And then we'll change the scripting backend to IL2CPP. Because Mono is great. Mono allows me to do faster builds on my end, but IL2CPP is where the performance is. And while it's slower on my end to do builds, I think it's going to be a little bit easier to work with on my end. But don't quote me. I might be saying that comes back to bite me in the ass. Never know. Could also be the easiest thing I ever worked with. All right, next up. Let's go and take a look at things to install. All right, so... Oh yeah, I forgot. I have access to Havoc Physics. I'm not going to use it, but I have access to it. Let's go and try and install the post-processing package. So we do like to post-process. And then we'll install the project auditor, because that's just static code analysis, and we like that. Static code analyzers very rarely hurt. And your boy is not that smart, as he'll tell you over and over. He is not the smartest dev out there. He can be clever, but unfortunately clever tends to end up being dangerous more than it ends up being useful. So let's go and install the project editor. Auditor. Sheesh. And then we're also going to check out some other aspects here. So sharp zip lib, just so that way we can, you know, have zip files and all that. The other thing I'm trying to avoid heavily is I'm trying to avoid utilizing AI in here. Well, generative AI, right? Because that's just a waste of literally resources, environment, etc. Why do that when there is stuff that I can just, you know, commission real, actual artists for? Oh wait, I did. That's why I have a lot of art, is because I commissioned actual artists. Does that make me better? No. But makes me feel better, I suppose. I don't know. What's feeling me? Did you? You did. Huh. Okay, Caden. Fascinating. Huh. You know, chat, some days I do things to myself, right? Some days I really earn the shit I do to myself. Some days I don't. Not entirely sure what's worse. All right. But now that we're here, shader graph is installed. I don't know if this is going to work well, but we'll install the visual effects graph. And then we'll see what else we can do. Ideally, we can install some dot stuff. Well, we already have entities. Oh yeah, you have ads. Good luck in them. There's so much I do, so little time. Alright, let's go and take a look at tools. And then we'll load up all the tools. Because I think this will be a good thing for us to do. There's that. Go and download that update. Gonna go and import this. There's a lot of neat shit here, chat. Of course. Maybe there's a lot of stuff that I just haven't really considered working with. I don't know. You ever just look out and just think maybe I could work with that? That's where I'm at with a lot of stuff that I'm doing. Oh yeah, I guess the other thing to mention is that I really really am happy for a lot of different reasons, but one of the big things is that, you know, occasionally I forget what it's like to come back to streaming, and then I don't stream for a while, and I come back and I remember it's a lot of fun, and I don't understand why I wasn't streaming more. Wild. And then I'll go another 3 weeks without streaming. And I'll be like, huh, I wonder why people unfollowed me and did a bunch of shit. And then realize, oh yeah, it's because you haven't streamed in forever. You haven't really, you've been knee deep in game stuff, and it's just shit that I do to myself. It's actually pretty funny. I think it is. Right now, I'm just installing editor extensions and stuff. I would use Asset Inventory, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to like to work for me on this. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that, but it doesn't... It works on my laptop, and it finds all the save locations correctly on my laptop, but it does not work on my desktop, and I don't know why. What if I did stream more regularly? So many things to wonder. So little time to do it in. And yet, I'm still here. I still persist. Like a nightmare you have every day. Or like a skin infection you can't clear out. I'm still standing. And boy, oh boy, will I be here. I'm always going to be here. There's only so much you can do. One of the other big things that I've noticed about myself when I'm coding is that everything else just kind of fades away, right? Like, there's nothing that I really get distracted from, and it's a hyper focus again, and I like that. I don't like the fact that I think today I went until maybe 5 p.m. without eating. I just had like 4 cups of coffee and said, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, there's only one of me. Nice. Just leave that there. It's fine. Nobody cares. So one of the neat things too here, as we go through this, what do you mean no common action? You sack of shit. You baited me. I got you baited. Alright. Let's go and import alt events, because alt events are really dope. They work a lot better than Unity events, in my opinion. They've behaved a lot more consistently. And while the performance difference is negligible, there is a difference. Heh. Alright, and I guess we can go and get all the inspector stuff too. Just to make the inspector a little bit easier. One of these days, I'm going to have to figure out how to make UI. And today is not that day. I don't know, champ. Unity is fun to work with. And it's fun to do a lot of stuff in, but you can definitely tell it's showing age. I really, really wish that there was an easier time when it came to working with Unity, in the sense that maybe if we had a more up-to-date CLR, that would work out nicely. I mean, that's one of the advantages to monogame, right? Is that monogame is pretty nicely done in .NET 8 and upgradable to .NET 9, and you can migrate it over to the new SLNX format and all that, and it's really cool. Whereas, you know, Unity's upgrade was to .NET Standard 2.1, and then they fired everybody who was on the team to upgrade. Or at least that's my understanding of what happened, is they laid everybody off who was on the team doing the update to core CLR, which is unfortunate. And I also think incredibly short-sighted, but, you know, that's just me. If you're going to upgrade a massive project like Unity, and the other thing is Unity hasn't been profitable. I don't really think it's ever been profitable. But if you're going to do that, you need a committed team to it, right? You need a large body of people, or at the very least, a decent-sized body of people who understand your product. And the more turnover you have, the more people you let go, the harder it is to build that kind of stability. You know, you want the stability. You want people to stay. You want people to maintain. You want to keep that turnover down. And it's part of that. And part of where I think we might need to try and understand that building a big game engine like this, and this is also where I think CryEngine has also failed in a bit, because CryEngine is really neat. You know, if you've ever played Crysis or any other games on it, then you know what I'm talking about. Is that it's a really neat engine. It's just, again, lack of just forwardness and news, along with various other aspects to the engine and just general completeness. It's not the kiss of death for it, because I don't think we're done with Crytek or the CryEngine in general, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for areas to be had. My cat's decided now it's the time to fight. Silly little lads. And yes, I am using a lot of editor packages because I cannot be trusted. Probably too many, and they're probably conflicting with each other, but hey, that's the price I pay, right? So, go and download this. I do like implementing the full screen editor, though, because I think that's the way to go. Oh, and I guess I could do prime tween, but once again, it comes down to making it work, then making it pretty. So let's grab Inspector Gadgets, because that's a solid one to have. Everything collapses eventually, chat. You know that? Empires, relationships, people. Everything collapses. It's always fascinating when they do and when they don't at times that you expect. It's like there's some stuff that makes sense. And there's some stuff that doesn't. I don't know. Shower thoughts and musing. You ever do that? Ever have thoughts and they go nowhere? And then much like galaxy lights, they stay forever, but they still fade. It is quite fascinating. Alright, we're not going to download Animancer yet. I will grab the Odin Inspector and Serializer. And then I'll grab the Odin Validator. And then... I'll grab you. We'll grab you. We'll grab you. And we'll grab you. And for everything else, well, there's MasterCard. Now, I am using Opsiv's Ultimate Character Controller, and part of the reason I'm using it is just simply to kind of propel this animation direction. Because we want to move forward quickly, and I want to get back into a particular position, because I think that's going to be the way to go. And the sooner we can get into working with stuff, the better. Did you really just do that? Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. Yeah, I'll grab Unitask and all that stuff later, because I don't think we need it just yet. Oh yeah, Magica Cloth. I do want that. Because Magica Cloth gives us that nice cloth simulation stuff. Ayy. And then eventually I'll install something else to hopefully keep this flowing. But right now, essentially all I've installed is stuff related to keeping things afloat, right? You know, oh, that's right. We want to install, actually I do want to install Rewired now that I think about it. Part of the reason is because the Ultimate Character Controller has an integration with Rewired, and we can use that along with Rewired before we do anything else. And by ensuring that we have Rewired installed, we can ensure that it supports, you know, 160 something different controllers and gamepads and such. And that is a big fucking deal. So, I don't know. Ah, that's how that works. Okay. I'm just trying to refigure out how Chatterino works. Oh no. Okay, so we have Magica Cloth down here. We'll go and install Odin Validator. Now, see, the other thing I guess I could do chat, is I could install Animancer now, and we could get to work on working on animations like we did before, but again, make it work, make it fast, make it pretty. So we make it work. We use the pre-built character controller. We slide in our pre-built character, and then we make it pretty by sliding on UI and everything, and then continual updates, we make it work better. Right? It's a sliding scale of making things better. In my head as a developer, you know, I want to make things perform right out the gate, make it amazing, the best thing you've ever seen. But I can't do that, because then I'll never release, because I'll constantly be doing this kind of stuff where I'm deleting, redoing, deleting, redoing, deleting, redoing, deleting, redoing, and it never gets out to development. And that's not good. Not when you want to not just push a product, but when you want a product to actually, you know, make sense. So let's go and grab... Actually, maybe we can grab the input system. And we can use that first. So grab the Cinemachine package. No. I'm going to grab this input system package. Stop that. And we'll grab that too. Okay. So now we're set there. Alright, I'm just going to delete this because this is annoying me. Let's set up you. Yep. Yep. On build, do main. Next. Excellent. Okay. So that should be... I think that should be everything. Because I don't really want to do inverse kinematics yet. Yeah, because we can always do that later. I guess I can install the core game kit, because that's actually pretty harmless to install, and it might actually just make sense to do so. Because the core game kit really just, you know, works for pooling and a whole bunch of other neat stuff like that, so we'll keep it simple. Again, the whole point is to get stuff going fast. And then make it better. And then make it look good. Of course, I'm saying that like I'm actually a good designer, and I am a terrible designer. That's why I buy art from other people. Because they're much better at designing than I am. And I have no shame in admitting to that. Okay, install. Come on. One of the things that I find to be a little bit fascinating with Unity. But we are making a 3D game. Cool. Those have been fixed. And we do have addressables. We don't need Weaver yet. You're still compiling. Can you hurry up? Yes. I like that it has an auto detection for when things are using old APIs. I think that's actually pretty neat. Hey. Nice. Now we have all that set. Let's go and install this. This is what we want. This is what you get. I do like Scandroid a lot too. I feel like I also just like a lot of interesting electronica music. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. I don't know. I should stream more. I should do a lot more. Should engage more. Something that I've been lacking on too. I've just kind of sequestered myself and haven't really done a whole lot in that sense of engaging with people. Alright, well that's going. Let's go and double check some stuff. There it is. Okay, yeah, we got a bunch of cursors to work with and assets, so pretty much just shop and pick a UI. Because otherwise I'm going to have to build one myself. That actually looks good. I like that a lot. That's fine. We don't have to care about that. All right. So now that that's installed. Oh, I did get a bunch of low poly tools. That's right. That's supposed to help make things go faster. We'll come back to VFX later. Let's go and do 3D. Because we need a character. We do need a character. There's Bastion. Where'd you go? There's Leona. Yeah, we'll import her. And then we'll import the armory and the map. And that should be good enough, right? I don't know. I guess we'll see. The other The other thing with this too, chap, is when it comes to doing stuff like animations and doing all of this, there's a lot of challenges, right, that comes up to syncing things. There's a lot of challenges that come when it happens to be needing to ensure things line up, things look natural, things sound natural, right? Because human beings, as much as we like fantasy, as much as we like things that detach from reality, we still like, at least our minds, on a lot of things when it comes to gaming or fantasy. There's still stuff that needs to help with the suspension of disbelief. And part of that's going to be gravity, part of that's going to be how things sound, part of that's going to be how we know things that work here on Earth, or at least in our terrestrian approach and our layman understanding of physics and amongst other things. We need to understand that, you know, things are consistent, because if there is one thing human beings do seem to like a lot, it is consistency, as strange as it sounds. I know a lot of people like to be spontaneous and engage in a lot of spontaneity, but when it comes to engaging in this sense, when it comes to engaging in video games, we do like that sense of familiarity, that linear expression, that idea that things are still going to work out the way we see them. At least what we can see in front of us. So that is one way to go about this. Can you just update all this stuff? Like, what the shit? Oh shit. Didn't I? What the hell? I didn't. I just did that. Yeah, you got updated. What the shit? God. Sometimes, chat. All right, now let's install the character controller. Goes in the details. With an exhale. Every time you take mine. So stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. Ask me, is it going good in the garden? Say I'm lost, but I beg no pardon. Upon the dice, but I won the cards. I try not to talk about how it's harder now. Shout my real name just to get a rise from me. Acting like I'm never stressed out by the hearsay. But we get the friend behind in the limelight, I guess it's what it is. 20/20 hindsight, everybody wants our thing. I don't think then I understand, but I'm still glad you came, so let me see those hands. Stick to me like caramel. You know, some days I wish I had the self-realization, or at least the ability to look a little deeper into myself to see that in no way should I try and garner any sort of favor or sympathy from people and then continuously make where I'm at an issue. You know what I mean? Maybe that's something I need to take a look into. And then maybe I won't be consistently having awful flashbacks and such. I don't know. Stages of prison, a beautiful nightmare, a war of attrition. There's so much in chat. One of the phrases that I wish I never heard as a kid was, no matter what, the show must go on. Because when I heard that, when I took that in, I came to the understanding that that means no matter what you're faced with, no matter what news you deliver or have delivered to you, no matter what environment you're in, that you are not meant to interrupt the show. Rather, the world does not pause for you, and nor should you pause for the world. You need to move forward. And in that sense, I understand when Vessel says this stage is a prison, a war of attrition. Because the show must go on. And in this song, he's talking about something completely different, right? With people trying to get a rise out of him from shouting his real name, doing a whole bunch of just awful non-fan shit, trying to dox members of the band, etc., violating privacy. But from my end, it's a lot of, why do some things continue to work with me in that sense, and others tend to cause me to go, well, show must go on, buddy. You can't show anything because the show must go on. But hey, that's just the way I work. I make no apologies for it because it's a work in progress, and we crave progress, not perfection. Or at least that's how I justify it to myself. I don't know. Some days, Chad, I wonder if perhaps I should keep things a lot less centralized. And other days, I remember, who the hell cares? I do as I please. I live consequence-free. Of course, I say that having suffered consequences a few times. But, you know, that's in the past. I still do as I please. I still try and make my way. And there are times when, I suppose the situation comes when it's, well, when there's areas that I may hit rock bottom. And there's areas where somebody else may hit rock bottom. But consequently, I have been burned so many times that I've just stopped paying attention. And people cease to exist. It's strange. This almost sounds like shit that I would say whenever I'd be outside, right? And I would be like taking a look, or at least surround myself let me start from the beginning. You ever just go out with like a group of your friends, right? And somebody, for some reason, at least up here in the Midwest, somebody always had a fire pit in their yard or something along those lines, right? They always had a place to do a bonfire. They always had a place to just like hang out afterwards where you all could just, hang out, vibe, and get used to a whole bunch of neat things. And then somebody at the bonfire would always just drop some like the most philosophical shit you could think of at the time. Now, because back in the day, I did a lot of, let's just say, questionable actions that may or may not have involved certain substances. I would say things that I think would have been profound, but goddamn, they were probably just really fucking stupid. And now I take a look at it and I'm like, damn. Why did I do that to myself? Oh, I needed to import the demo. God damn it. Ugh! Son of a bitch. Alright, we'll import you. That's fine. Chat, there's also just that kind of idea, right? Where I feel like on some aspect, my connection to my fellow human beings, my fellow people, is limited. And a lot of that has to do with just who I am in general and the limitations that come with what makes me up. But the other part of it also has to just kind of come with the fact that I find music to be far more identifiable with, right? And other forms of media. And maybe that's a part of me that's never really, I guess, quote, grown up in that sense. Like, obviously there's a lot of things of me that need to be worked on. But there's also a lot of stuff that just never really, I don't know if I never gave it a chance to develop or if whatever psychological issues that I had been facing at the time had never allowed it to develop. So, I know we're a bit off from game development and programming, but hey, what, it's 11:06? I get the ramble. And that's just how it's gonna be. I can't believe I've almost been live for 3 hours, too. What a time indeed. What a time indeed. It's always wild how things just fly by a lot faster than you'd expect. There's so much stuff to consider. So little time. So many things to work out. Oh yeah. I guess the next question is there something that you could do that would allow for you to see the world through just more than color, right? Like, how neat would that be if you could see vectors of trajectories, forces, etc.? That'd be pretty cool, I think. Maybe that's just me. Have you been watching too much Magical Accelerator? Or is it a certain scientific accelerator? Because I know it's a certain magical index and a certain scientific railgun. I don't remember if it's a certain magical accelerator or a certain scientific accelerator. I don't know. This is also what happens when I'm allowed to just say shit that comes to my mind. So I'll change topics like every 5 seconds, and I'll forget what topic I was on. And to be fair, I barely remember what I was doing at the beginning of the stream. I'm assuming I was doing some sort of game development, but I don't know. Ah yes, the name change. From Alu the Crow. A certain scientific accelerator? Excellent. Thank you, Gear. Ah yes. The name change from Elude the Crow to Elude the Dragon. I just figured it was time. I'll embrace my dragon sona, my scale sona. Made it no secret. I've moved a lot over to Asteragon. And that's where I'm at. And that's just who I am. Hey. Where is that? How are you missing a whatever. How are you missing a material? Don't understand. Acid samples. Opsiv Ultimate Character Controller. Demo. Like, bruh. Excuse you. Oh, I guess there isn't anything to convert there. You know what? We'll just give it that. Sure. Excellent. Now it's fixed. Go to third. Damn it. Wait a minute. I installed a Cinemachine integration. You remember, chat? Oh, I did. Perfect. Poggy Woggies. And now that we have that there, we have that installed, we have that installed. Now we should be able to install the swimming pack. And then we should be able to finally get the prototype map and we can get Leona to work. And this is why I use other assets, because it's a lot faster to get deployed. It may not be the fastest in terms of performance, but it works well enough for me to go and then focus on other parts of the game, right? Because what do people play games for? And I don't necessarily play it entirely for the best performance. They play it because it's fun, engageable, and enjoyable. And I need to make it at least one of those things. Or preferably all three of those. Oh yeah, Probots and the Robophobes. I really like this song. I need to listen to it more. Actually, why do I like a lot of this kind of music? So maybe I should get a new VTuber avatar. I wonder if VC Face and such also use. You know, Live 2D is a free SDK. Something for later. A lot of things to consider. Nice. 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 Robots and the robophobes. Alright, let's go and grab a Leona. Actually, I'm silly. We need... Where the hell is it? There it is. Prototype map. There we go. So now, let's go. And let's grab the prototype map. And here, we'll create a separator. Separators are great. Help keep things a little bit easier. A little bit cleaner. There we go. So there's the main camera. Let's go and create a new game object. We'll just call this cameras. And we'll go and put this up at the top. We'll make the camera, the light, and we'll add the volume on top of that. So now, let's come into the main camera and the inspector. We'll come back to you in a moment. So, right now, we have it set up for third-person RPG, but I'm going to use third-person Cinemachine. Because I love Cinemachine. And then, we're going to go, and we're going to add a Cinemachine targeted camera, a free look camera. CM VCam 01. There we go. And we'll drag you up to here. Put that there. And we'll come back and we'll fill this out in a moment. But right now, we'll also add a... Where are you? A Cinemachine impulse listener. Okay, neat. Next, let's go and grab our Leona. And there she is. So now we have Leona. And we'll go and reset her. Go and reset. Oh, I may have messed this up. That's fine. There is something special that we needed to do with this, and I forget what it was. I don't want to get away. All right, let's go and check out Opsiv. Oh yeah, we'll grab Feel in just a moment too. That might be a good one to have. Because I do like the way Feel works. Because Feel gives us all these nice feedbacks and it allows us to shake the camera and a whole bunch of other stuff. And with a first-party integration, that is something I don't have to do myself, which is great. Let's go to Cinemachine and download. Yep. We're doing third person. New game object. Third person Cinemachine view type. In the Cinemachine. Why does Sleep Token just hit so hard, chat? Just so good. Gonna get rid of that. We're gonna grab that Cinemachine camera. We will drag this bad boy over. So that's all set. The Cinemachine component should have tracking target, your character, position control, orbital follow, rotation composer. Orbital follow, rotation composer. Check. Cinemachine orbital follow should have the following. Oh, let's just look at the end. World space, sphere, 4, tracking target. World space, sphere, 4, tracking target. 0, 17.51. Yep, that's default. Target offset 0, 0, 0. Yep. Apply after noise. There we go. Down on me. Over and over again. 0, 17.51. Looks good to me. Yeah. Save this. Save project. Now, let's come back and let's add Leona as a character. Let's go and see what the movement types are. Third person adventure. Character move forward. Okay. And then third person RPG. Okay. I think that's what we want is third person RPG. Yep. I'm going to get rid of those. I'll also get rid of ragdoll. Right now, we'll just keep it simple. And we'll go to add-ons. And actually, before we do that, let's come back over and let's take a look. I'd rather use root motion because I think root motion works a lot better. And there's Leona. So now, come down, and if I remember correctly, we want Magica Cloth to be here on the animator, right? I think. I could be wrong. This will usually be a child. Okay, so under the character root. So that'll be here. Maybe. No! God damn it! Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, so it's on the same level. Okay. So here we would go and do create other Magica Cloth 2, Magica Cloth, Magica Cloth, Ponytail, and we'll create another. And this will be Bangs. And this will not be a mesh cloth, it'll be a bone cloth. This will also not be a mesh cloth, it'll be a bone cloth. And these come off the head. So we go root, spine, 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 neck, head, hair, and we want to go to the base. So we go grab the base. Whoops. Not that one. And now you can see that it has, so it started grabbing the bones here, and now all of her bangs have points to go and work with. So now we can go and say, okay, this will be for the front hair as a preset, and we should be good to go. Next, we go to the ponytail, and we repeat a very similar setup. Except this time, we use the ponytail base. And now that, as you can see, has the bones in the ponytail that go up. So this should work out nicely. And here, we'll go and do this as long hair. And this isn't going to be perfect, of course, but it will get us to a different point in terms of just, things flowing the way they should. So now we have that, and we have that. The next step here, I believe this is also something that's going to come out of here, is we need to check our input. Okay, so that's Unity input. And now, let's actually go and double check our opsive stuff. Input. No. Input system. Remove the Unity input component, add Unity input system. Okay, it's a good thing I read that. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to add Unity input system. Character input that input assets. Okay. And the actions field on the player input component. Okay, so there's that one. But we want that one. Perfect. Okay. Let's see what happens, chat. Does she control? I mean, the camera won't work because I don't have the proper control for that. Oh, maybe the camera does work. Hey! Neat. Her hair flows nicely. Neat. Okay, next step. That works nicely. Well, I suppose semi-nicely, but that's a different story. Next step. Let's go and add that's why. Actually, now let's go and add a Cinemachine extension. And that is going to be the Cinemachine de-occluder. Now, I'm not entirely good with how these work, but I think, one, we should probably go and put that up here. There we go. So let's go and put transparent. Let's go and put water. And then here we'll go and preserve the camera distance. Use follow target? Yeah. Okay. So that should be fine. Then the next step is we're going to go back over here. Actually, no, I want to go here. And I wanted to go here. Did you not have... Okay. What? Oh, that's cool. Did not realize that. All right, let's go and run this again. Now, you'll notice the animations seem a little off, and that's because there's fine-tuning that we need to do to go and get the animations working. All right, so the de-occluder... The camera's controls are inverted. That's interesting. Why is she auto-moving? Oh, is B auto-move? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so that's strafing. Oh, I guess I could help you all out, couldn't I? Yeah, I guess I could help you out and show you. So there's Leona. She is working. It is interesting, too, that there's... Okay. So obviously we need to work on the Cinemachine stuff. But this does work nicely. Her jumps look alright. It might also be because I'm using root motion and there might not be any root motion. That might be the other thing. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the thing. Is let's go back to here. Let's go over here. Let's turn off root motion. And now let's see what happens. 'Cause maybe... Oh yeah, she controls a lot more naturally now. I mean, I guess it may not seem more natural, but it is a lot more natural. Sensation, hey! Made of money, act like you're a good daddy. And now I'm using the keyboard, and that's a seamless transition, chat. That is seamless. Like, that's literally so cool. Okay. Got good walking, good tempo. Neat. Can she roll? Does she roll? Here, we'll try it. Aw, damn it. I thought she had a roll animation. But, okay. Hello? Unity? Unity? Hello? Strange. I don't know, sometimes the editor's strange. Okay, that's interesting, though. I don't think RPG is what we want. Actually, I think third-person adventure is what we want. So we'll go and remove that. We'll come back over here. These are filled. Okay. That's fine. But neat. Now we have that working. Let's go and let's go and install something, shall we? Let's go and install Feel. What is Feel, you may ask? Feel is a product by More Mountains that gives us feedbacks. That allows us to give that oomph, that personality to the game. And one of those things is shaking. And it works well with Cinemachine, which is nice. Because again, I'm not that smart. But there are a lot of smart people out there. And if I can put their work together to make a game, that's better for me. Let's go and grab Feel. Open, scroll to the effects, under the effects, to click the add button, click play feedbacks or play feedback effect. Nice. We love that. We love it. Love that it works so well. We're just giving the game some oomph. And once this works, this will reflect a lot better on us because we will be able to now have a little bit of more gameplay to it, right? A little bit more of not just haptic feedbacks, but feedbacks that actually make sense. Feedbacks that people can actually use and appreciate. And then after this is done, and we get this working, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a component called Rewired. And what Rewired will do is it'll take over from Unity's input system and input manager, although it will require me to utilize both, and it's kind of legacy stuff, and Unity does kind of frown on that, but I'll be able to use Rewired to have much finer tuned and performant control throughout the rest of the application. Part of that's going to be without dealing with strings, but, you know, that's down the line. Right now, I'm just happy that it works. And I'm very happy that we're able to get Leona at this point. So let's actually also go to Ovani. Pretty sure that was me. Could be wrong. One of these has the footsteps plugin. Okay. So it has footsteps. So we'll grab audio occlusion. And audio. And footsteps. And while that loads, didn't I install Feel? Yeah, there it is. We'll go and use, where are you, WinRAR? WinRAR. Extract each archive to a separate folder. Yep. Yuppers. Now we'll go to Feel, which I think is either, yeah, it's right here. Okay. I was gonna say it's either a plugin or not. And we'll go to Feel Demos URP and we'll install all this stuff. Hooray! And once we get that, then we can go and install the God damn it. Chat! Let me get political. Because I have to be in order to survive, but fuck ICE, man. Fuck ICE. That Gestapo shit out of here. Dumbass fucking organization. So aggravating. Alright, now let's go and grab the Feel effects. You're used to speaking in tongues to feel like you're in control. Now you've got nowhere to run. Now you've got nowhere to go. Let's go and add in this simple audio manager. Let's go and add in this ambient audio occlusion. Oh, been around, heard all the stories you said you never told. You're used to speaking in tongues to feel like you're in control. Yeah, you've got nowhere to go. There we go. Tell me what's mine and tell me what's yours. I never gotta say that I got a choice. Mine and tell me what's yours. I never gotta say that I got a choice. What's yours? Hello. Okay, say. Oh. Alright. And then finally, footsteps. Here we are. I'm sorry, but I'm a little less than sold. We can't use footsteps on a prototype, man, because it doesn't allow for certain read-write stuff. Got nowhere to go. Yeah. Little less than sold. I've been around. Said you never told. You know, when I listen to music, I probably shouldn't listen to a song like this and go, you're used to speaking in tongues to feel like you're in control. Like, God damn it. Don't come at me like that. Tell me what's mine, tell me what's yours. Alright, let's go and check out the game. Surface, decal, audio. Let's go and add this manager. Actually, this gets populated, right? No. Audio source prefab. Alright, we will actually go and remove this for the time being then. Because that's not the one we want to add, right? We were looking at Cinemachine. So feel. Character effect. Open the character locomotion component, scroll to the effects fold out. So what? Effects. Okay. Go under the effects buttons, click the add and select the play feedbacks or play feedback. That's neat. So But where? More mountains. Feedbacks. Shakers. Oh. Okay. Now I get it. Okay. That makes more sense. Right. So one of the things we could do. All right. Let's go and get rid of that. Let's come back over here. Let's go and create an empty object, and we'll just call this feedbacks. And here we'll do MMF player. And then we'll add a Cinemachine impulse. Oh. Actually, let's get rid of that, and we'll just add a Cinemachine shake. Yeah. That should be fine. And then we'll do that. And then we can do that. And then we can also add let's add chromatic aberration. And then we'll go to project settings. And we'll go to graphics. Welcome back. And then here we'll do God damn it. Unity. We're just trying to... Oh, shit. Yeah, actually, that would work. Oh, what's going on, Vampire? Hey, Vampire, thanks for the raid. Let's get you a shout out. Hello, Vampire. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Andy Alou. I'm a variety coder and dragon here on Twitch. I haven't streamed in a while, so we're just trying to get back into the swing of things, you know. But hope you're doing well. Vampire, how was your stream? How was Art and... Were you playing Repo earlier? I know you were playing something else earlier too, but hope you had a good time. And Raiders from Vampire Stream, you know, feel free, come on in, chill out, hang out, you know, lurk, do as you need. We're just trying to build a game here, and we're trying to make it look a little bit more professional with some feedbacks and stuff right now. We got the character working, and now we're just trying to make it, you know, a little smoother. But yeah, hope you're all doing well. Welcome on in. And my community, if you haven't followed Vampire Tiger, what are you doing? Go give her a follow. Trust me, you won't regret it. It was good. And you played Repo with Wolfie and the others? Oh, nice. Hope you all had a great time. Also, why am I getting bullied? Where did my redeems go? OBS changed and it got rid of all my redeems. Oh my god. Why are you using your Gios on me? Alright, go and do that. Now we have that set up. Okay. Next step. Oh, damn it. I forgot I have full screen mode on. That's fine. Who cares? This is where it gets really neat, though, chat. She shook. That was cool. All right. So now we walk. We run. We can jump. Oh, yeah, that looks so much better. Look at that. How cool is that, chat? All right, we're working, we're cooking. All right, so next step to do here is we need to change the de-occluder to actually make good de-occluding settings. And then we also need to figure out some other aspects here. But yeah, this controls a lot better. So I guess... Oh, she does strafe! Hey, yo, that's sick! Love it. Love to see it. This is that good shit here, chat. And it honestly feels good to just control it. Yeah, so we need to figure out the de-occluder, and then as soon as we do that, should be set to go. God damn it. I don't understand why that does it, but whatever. I'm going to take off full screen. Oh, okay, interesting. So, cool. Now that we have her working like that, that works out nicely. I believe the next thing is the de-occluder, right? So currently, we have the de-occluder at a minimum distance of 0.3. Okay. The current actual distance to target will be used. What is the FOV on the camera? Oh, 60. All right, let's go and change this to 40. All right, so now we've changed the FOV to 40. Because 60 was large. Okay, and that's the Cinemachine Shake. Okay. So we need to figure out how to collide with this. Okay. Yeah, see, so now it pulls the camera forward. What if we do 0.2? Okay, so we'll keep this at 0.4. What are all these? See, I want it to de-occlude on the floor. So I'm not sure why it's not doing that. But that'll be something that I guess we have to figure out anyway. It is good to know that we are getting camera shakes working. There we go. That'll work better.
I take a look at my enormous penis.
God damn it. What's going on, Wolfie? How you doing? Good to see you. Dying slowly. As usual.
Nani?
Nani? Well, that is... It do be how it do. Thanks for calling in. Ow! Oh. Okay, whatever. That'll be fine. The point is that we have this here, and that's really cool. So now all of this works out, and we okay. I don't know what I just did there, but that works. I just like resetting everything to 0 because I think it makes things work a little bit better. All right. That's cool. That works nicely, chat. Okay, so now let's go. 97%, Jesus. Alright, we'll figure that out later. Amadi. What do I have in Essentials? Do I have anything? No, I just have Cinti stuff. Tools. Okay, we'll try I-step for inverse kinematics. And we'll see how this works. Because again, I'm going simple, chat. We're not going way out of the way here. We're just trying to go simple, fast, relatively easy to set up. Now, what you may not understand is inverse kinematics is essentially is essentially going from a position you want to end up and figuring out how your character gets there, right? That's inverse kinematics in a very small nutshell. So how does that work with Leona? Well, that will allow us to, for example, have uneven surfaces and allow us to pretty much just get her to move correctly. So if we go here, and I'm pretty sure we either add it here or we add it on the animator. Maybe we add it on the animator? Let's go and see. I-step. I think. IK and the bone based. Okay. So now let's see how this looks. Because again, this is now adding in inverse kinematics. So I'm hoping this works nicely. And this should allow us to... Okay, Cinema Machine Shake. So it didn't mess that up. Okay, so you see how her leg is bending, like that? It's a little unnatural, but that's essentially what inverse kinematics allows us to do, is it allows us to go and take a look at some of this uneven surface and kind of give that extra little bit of realism. Like that's almost how you would stand on an uneven surface like that. I say almost because, well, and here, if you take a look at her legs now compared to before, they're slightly bent going up the hill, right? And that's, again, kind of, there might be too much of a gap here. But yeah, that kind of deal. Whereas you can see there's clearly uneven ground here. And since there's uneven ground, one foot is on the higher and one foot's on the lower, as opposed to both standing on the edge. It just gives, it's that little bit of polish, that little bit of realism that can be added very quickly. Of course, if you're like me and you don't always know what you're doing, you might end up screwing it up and it looks really weird. Like when you crouch, that doesn't look natural. But that can also be because the animations aren't really fit to Leona at this point, right? Because we're using a dummy controller. So I might need to go forth and play with some of the timings, play with some of the positionings, rebake them to Leona's actual avatar mask. But the other thing to notice here is that her hair is moving. So we just need to create a collider so that way it doesn't go into her body. And her front hair looks good too. So yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff that happens here. As you can see, so you see this edge of the camera, right? So next step is to get this de-occluder to actually work. So, in the meantime, that's been a lot of neat stuff. So yeah, we got that. There's a lot of interesting things here. And I'm also wondering if we can... So I know this is bone-based, but can we auto-detect bones? Or can we grab bones? Maybe, maybe not. In any case, so that's inverse kinematics, and that works nicely. So it's a pretty simple package to deal with, and we can fine-tune it later with other packages. But for now, that does what we need and how we need it to be done. We'll go and grab the Magica cloth tools in a bit, because that'll help us set up colliders so that way, as I said before, her hair doesn't interact with her body. It, glosses over, or it doesn't go through her. Rather, there's an actual sense of realistic collision behind that. It's just one of those things, again, that we can set up and spend a little bit of time on to make better, but right now we're just trying to get stuff out of the way. So the next thing to set up, I think, will be actually important. Isn't post-processing, but it's pretty damn close to it. And I'm just looking for the asset. I don't know where it went. Curses. Well, there's rewired. And I guess we could implement that, because that's just a matter of swapping out the input system. But I'll come back to that later when we want to actually make it look pretty and work good. Let's see. Do we have anything else I might need? I mean, technically we do have footstepper and all that, but... I also am not a big fan of how this is organized. Yeah, we'll update these. What's in the Poly Universal pack? New cars? Sheesh. One-handed up, idle movement? Okay. There's a lot of cool shit in this. So can I search for Chronict? I can. Pog. So now... let's go and grab Umbra Soft Shadows. And then you get to go and see how things change via soft shadows. Because I think soft shadows add a lot of polish. And Umbra implements them pretty neatly. I haven't noticed a big hit to performance, so I think it's well worth it to have, because again, it's that little bit of polish. And then we'll also grab Highlight Plus. And after we grab that, we'll grab Beautify, and should be a LUT pack for Beautify, as well as a frame pack. So we'll grab those. I don't know why Hot Reload's throwing a fit. Let's stop doing that. You stop that. Stop that right now. So we'll grab that. We'll grab the LUT pack. Lookup table, I suppose. And then we'll grab the frame pack. All right, next step. We'll go to the global volume. I am not certain if I have a heart. Now let's add the Umbra render feature. Huh. Am I supposed to get a Beautify renderer feature here too? Oh, oh, goddamn it. Now I know why I don't have it. Because some idiot, me, forgot that when you go and you load some of these packages, you need to import their sub packages. So, Beautify. I am not certain if I have a heart. Can't imagine it breaking apart. And I want to start with you. Awakening with you. Here I am about to be like, oh, what the hell? And now it's, hey. Nice. So now we have Beautify. So now that we have Beautify, and I think I did one other thing, right? Okay, so there's the frame pack, there's the LUT pack. Okay, cool. Beginning with you. And now we'll go and add Beautify. Fantastic. And then I think here, Chronict, Beautify. I am not certain. Let's see. Let's see. That's so cool. Oh, that's neat. Ah, okay. Very interesting. See how this looks. Whoa. Okay. Need to set the offset on the Cinemachine camera to something else, or I need to create a Cinemachine look at me component. And see, chat, a lot just made this so much. And look at the soft shadows. Look at those shadows on her. They were so different. How cool is that? That's so cool. See, her shadow actually looks good. Her outfit and everything, this actually looks a lot better. And that was just by adding a lookup table. A LUT. So now it actually looks a little bit more professional. After some fine tuning, this will look even better. And I imagine we can do things like turn off bloom. And yeah, that looks even better. So yeah. And look at her shadows. The shadows just look good. They follow the camera nicely. So it's almost like a change in lighting perspective. And it's almost like a silhouette. That's really neat. You like that. You like to see that kind of stuff. And that's what I look for in games. Am I a graphics snob? No, but I also know what I like to see. And this is, you see that? See that kind of adjustment here? This is what inverse kinematics gets you. That's why we use inverse kinematics. But I'm not a graphics snob, but I do know what I like to see, and I like to see stuff like this, where it's just a small, simple change providing such a dramatic result like this. And then once we add in the highlight stuff, then you'll be able to see even more of this, because that's the other part, right? Is that we want to make sure that we have ourselves nice and highlighted, and we also have the ability to highlight objects that a user is looking at, because users are expecting that now, right? It's in some games it's yellow paint and a highlight, in other games it's just a highlight, and you can also make it kind of seem a little cel shaded by doing that kind of stuff. So I think it's overall worth it. I think overall there's a lot to be gained from doing this kind of stuff. And not just that, but also a lot to be gained from, you know, just paying that little bit of extra attention. That little bit of, as I've said before, that little bit of oomph that you look for. That little bit of extra prettiness that you want to see. And that is something that I don't think we can always capture, but it is something that I will do my best to capture. Is there not one for chronic? Did I miss something? Oh, okay. I see. So this will take a little bit more to set up, but once we get it set up, it'll look great. And again, thing. We'll do that. And then orbital follow. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Excellent. Excellent. So we'll run this one more time with our new settings. Look at that. Okay, that's better. Look at that. See that, chat? Watch. I'll go into here. Now we need to change it so it doesn't just view in on her legs, so it views in on her face, because we're not trying to do that kind of shit. But you know, this is using an Xbox controller. So right now I'm using an Xbox controller, and you can see this is actually pretty smooth. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to refactor this to work with Rewired. And after we get it to work with Rewired, we'll then be able to even more seamlessly transform. But I'm using this right now for precision, so I can do stuff like this. And you can see that she's bending her leg the way we want it to. She's got it kind of angled the way we would, I think, if we were walking. So I think that looks fine. And if you're taking a look at her shadow, I think her shadow works out nicely too. Now, as for why she's not running in that, but she runs for this. Oh, I think it's literally because there's a shift button here. And I should instead have her run by default. But, again, look at how far we've come from the beginning of doing this, right? And this is just in a short amount of time. And once again, you can see the de-occluder actually working. Well, it was working. Maybe it's because it wasn't big enough? Yeah, so that works. But that's what you want to see. So I think she's coming along nicely. And after this, the next step is to make sure her footsteps actually sound good. I think we'd have much more accurate timings on her footsteps with root motion. And I think to help solve kind of our issue where we're at, is I'm going to start doing a lot of replacements on our animations with animations that have root motion. And thankfully, this character controller allows us to do that very easily. Of course, the next thing we need to do is we need to start figuring out things that would be, you know, good for a user to have. For example, UI. And thankfully, Cinti has a solution for that we can use. And then we'll be able to go and check out some other stuff. But, chat, it's been a little over 4 hours. And I got to get up early to work. So we're going to get out of here. But thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Much, much appreciated. It's been a good time, and we've made a lot of progress. So, this is just one aspect of Leona. We will return. Anyways, to kind of recap where we were, we got a fully functioning character running across a map. That's pretty fucking cool. We were able to set up a Cinemachine deoccluder and a rotation composer, as well as getting this familiarized with Unity's new input system and be able to transfer between both a keyboard and mouse and a Xbox controller seamlessly. That's pretty neat. So the next steps here are going to be getting footsteps, like the sounds of footsteps over different terrains. Perfect a little bit more of inverse kinematics, and then give kind of our scenery a little bit more of that lush feel that we're aiming for, right? That kind of alive feel. You can see that the LUT that we applied already gave us some of that. That gave us that brightness, that freshness. But we want to propel that with more scenery and more items, and hopefully get some animals and such in there that'll make the game actually feel much more lived in. Because at the end of the day, that's kind of the goal, is you want your game to feel lived in. You want your game to feel alive. So, or at least I do. So that's kind of the idea there, chat. And yeah. So thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. You know who isn't streaming right now, but who totally is streaming? Is, actually, let's go say hi to AG. It's been a while. So, we're gonna go on a bit of a raid. We're gonna go and raid Semino Lemon Stars. Because we love AG here. And if you haven't heard of him, I highly recommend you go and check him out. But that's who we're going to raid. Anyways, chat, thanks for hanging out tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I've been Alu, and from the Omen Den, I'll see you next time. Have a good one.